I've returned from the depths of hell. And by hell, I mean stomach aches. And being very tired. Like, not sleeping for over 24 hours tired. I blame Tweeby. It's fine. We're all fine here now. I got a mostly proper sleep. I started exercising again. I can't believe it. So if my voice sounds slightly less disgusting than usual, and I don't sound congested as all fuck, that's why. Clear all the gross out of the old esophagus. You'd say that you gotta work, Boob? Sorry to hear that. You have a good one, though. Thanks for dropping in, at least. Like it. Prove I'm alive, like I said on Discord. Could an alive person simp for Gojo? Could an alive person simp for Gojo? I think not. Case closed. You got accepted to your master's program, Pump. Congrats! That's awesome, dude. Very, very nice. That is fucking radulous. Don't mind me, I am doing auto battle on Fire Emblem Heroes while I listen to this lovely soundtrack and give people a chance to file in. Could an alive person sit for Gojo? If the answer is no, then I'm not alive. But the answer is yes. That's how they get ya. He can go away. He's fine. Not happy with future payment. I was gonna say, I imagine that's gonna end up being pricey as hell, but still, it'll be awesome in the long run. It'll be worth it. I'm very happy for you, dude. That's rad. You got Master Oil in Masters. Who is Master Oil? I'm a bad person. I can't even remember who Master Oil is. Probably need my pop in later, Scoy. No worries. You have a good one if I don't see you again. It's an online tool, online masters. Oh, okay, nice. Hey, bestie. Howdy, Caleb. Thank you very much for boosting the stream. We've got the boosty stream thingy-majig. Working on a project, won't be active in chat a lot today. No worries, bro. Help. You're good. Good to see you, even briefly. Kukui. Oh, Cuckoo. Okay, that's right. 6 episodes away from finishing 0-1. Oh my god, you're almost done. You are almost completely caught up with Kamen Rider, bestie. There's nothing after 0-1. I don't know why they felt the need to take a break for a year, but there's nothing. We're getting Revice soon, but that's Revice. There's nothing else. They took a year off. Nothing else happened. Pro helps plot to conquer. I will refrain from asking what his project is. That phrasing is slightly ominous, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm keeping my mouth shut about what happens in those last 6 episodes because I can't quite remember exactly how the pacing works. Playing Final Fantasy 14, you think you're doing well? Oh, Caleb, very nice. Pump is fully on the 14 bandwagon if you ever need any assistance. I'm sure he can coach you. What about the masterpiece that is Saber? Who? Saber Riders? Like that show? I remember that show. Saber Riders! Hey, MD, I'm feeling much better, yeah. Like I said, I had, had no sleep and then got a stomachache on top of everything else yesterday, but I'm much better today. I actually got sleep. I started exercising again, so I'm, like, extra gung-ho now. And there's not a shit ton of phlegm and grossness in my throat. Feels wonderful. There's still a little, just not as much. What's bonking, JC? I've been grinding in Neo. Believe it or not, I already got all the secret reports done. It was actually not hard at all. They were pretty much, I expected them to be either, like, super duper noise, like stuff like the fox in the first game. I was expecting that, but, instead, no, they are just literally the exact same bosses we fought per day. They're not even much stronger. I actually beat most of them at level 1. I think I beat everyone except, I beat every single boss up until, Susie at level 1. So yeah, we're all ready to get to unlock the secret ending when we do get back to Neo Tweeby, which I believe I mentioned that that will be on Tuesday. I think that's actually gonna be on Wednesday. Like I said, I think we're gonna double up on group watches this week and get Ed and Eddie finished. struggling with the secret reports because you need the friend points. Yeah, I've got them all from the dives, unless there are more in another day. I know you get the rest of them in another day. I'm not sure what it's going to entail, but hey. Also, yeah, Pup, congratulations. You dragged someone else into Final Fantasy XIV, Hell. Very nice. Doesn't feel like you've watched 39 episodes. 01's a hell of a ride. Like, despite the kind of hell arc in the middle, it's very fast-paced. We're getting close. We're also probably going to double up on Decade. I hate to say it, but I also kind of want to blaze through Kamen Rider Decade so we can get to double. The last drive is something. Oh dear. I don't like that omen. All right, enough blabbing. Good God, I cannot win auto battles in Heroes. Okay. I was gonna say, I assume you meant drive or dive. Bleh. Gonna play 3 houses in the background secret. No worries. Can still barely hear out of your right ear. God. Ugh. That sucks, bestie. Jesus. Okay. Enough of my yapping. Back to the yapping you came for. To recap, this trial is a woman was stabbed in the middle of the street. She is actually not dead. She's in the hospital. Howdy, Stars. How you doing? The only suspect is totally not George Joestar, a Japanese transfer student who's in his late 30s or mid 30s. So that's a little odd, but I guess he went back to school. Do I want to know how long the trial is? Sure, why not? But yeah, we're defending a fellow countryman. He allegedly didn't see anybody else that night, and yet we have 2 witnesses claiming that they saw him stab the girl, so we've got an uphill battle. We also have, like, no fucking evidence. I imagine that's going to change as the trial progresses, but, it's day 1 trial. It's only 1 day. Okay, that's good. My goal was to still get this finished by the time the weekend's over, after taking a night off, so that's good. We can hopefully still get that done. Pacing in this game is all over the place. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I guess it keeps you on your toes. Oh, you got to the robot dog! Oh, yeah! Didn't that just make Guy so sympathetic? He's such a good guy now. He's wonderful. What a hero. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. I'm sorry, what? Please don't use the word breed in front of me ever again. It does things to me. So Thouser is cute at the moment. It's theoretically sweet, but you fucking hate Guy and would have rather he just died. Exactly, yeah. It's like it's nothing against the robot dog. The robot dog's adorable. If they had started hinting at that aspect of him earlier, like if they had just implied there had been something more to him earlier, then maybe I could buy it. But like there was nothing up until that point. Like, it just comes out of nowhere. Planning to watch the Pokemon Direct? Probably not. I didn't even know there was one. Hubert's handsome cousin is back on the screen? Of course. He's so extra. Like, why does he do the cape thing? No reason to do that other than to be extra. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. He's gonna throw the wine glass at us. Very true, and a most fascinating if dark trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. If anyone else had had that moment with Thouser, you guarantee you'd be talking about how cute it was. Yep, definitely. Yeah, no, it's just like I said. They made Guy too despicable, and then tried to overcorrect rather than just keep him gray and have him be a rival type character, like a Kaiser. Matilda is being burned in hell. I don't know. Like I assume we're gonna find out what happened eventually, and it'll tie in with like the overarching plot or some shit. Cause like that was, like I still feel dirty after that trial, and I want to know what the hell actually went on there. They can't just leave that hanging.
Thank you, Counsel. I see both sides are in a fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in the court as impartial members of the public?
Weren't you just here? Why are you back? The downside of working out and clearing all the gunk out of my throat, it makes stuff like Susato and stuff close to like my actual voice like clearer and less congested, but it's harder to do gruff blah 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 blah. It's harder to do shit like that. Like Von Zeke's also probably sounds off. It's harder to get the gruff without the phlegm. So that's why that's why some voices sound better than usual and some sound worse than usual, if that is noticeable.
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather ruthless than I appear.
Oh, well, not me. You see, what you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed.
What is with the... Why do they keep doing this? Yes, that's the wife. Last time we had that guy who was the head of the guild for the coachmen, and now we've got it's all random, but still. Like, I get it that maybe like there are more than 10 people in London. Or apparently not. There are 10 people in this town. There are more than 10 people in fucking London. Like, the idea that they keep conveniently getting people associated with the events, good God. I know it's probably budget. If you didn't have the budget to make this believable, maybe you shouldn't have had this system. I'm just saying. Good God.
Come on, what are we waiting for? I doubt he did it anyway.
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Von Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this fallen student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets, of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I'll tell you from better experience, otherwise, put it out there.
Just look at that shallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Filthy 11s.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Slightly racist.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
As someone who's been in London, there only being like 10 people there is true. I don't know if I believe you. That's not what Doctor Who taught me.
Your name and occupation, please.
Welcome to London, population 50. Tourist, most welcome. Guys, character switch, it was like friendship Oja, but not cool or funny since it's permanent. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it just happens out of nowhere. Again, if they had had anything, fucking anything to imply that kind of backstory earlier, it wouldn't be as bad. But it's just fucking out of nowhere, and his switch is instantaneous. It's such bullshit. Also, the fact, oh my god, I'm very excited to hear since you're only talking about the robot dog, I know you're not to the big thing that I'm thinking of yet. I cannot wait to hear your thoughts on the last 6 episodes or so. Good god. Someone scanned a lot of the Tweeby art book and found concept art of Nagi and Sho. Ooh! Nice. Interested to see that. I would love full scans. Also, Andy, thank you for getting rid of the bot. I was in the middle of talking, so I didn't get to do the thing. Thank you kindly. This is a good meme. This rivalry meme. If your rivalry lasts more than 7 years, it's not a rivalry, you're just gay. It's a good meme. I approve. That's the second one I've seen.
Yes, sir. Tobias Grayson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. She's very round. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? You're on Mia's death case and a copy of your game's secret. Aw, very nice. I mean, not nice. I'm still salty, because Mia was cool, but hey, it worked out. Latest games don't even hide Edgeworth and Red anymore. Oh, they were going full ham with it by the time of Dual Destiny, or, Spirit of Justice. Frickin' Trucy sleeping on his shoulder. Very cute. You like the Aruto actually chewed guy out? They just let him off the hook. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it still sucks that he went down. Oh my god, no! This is a very good Tweeby meme. Holy shit. Fucking Kubo. Christ. Don't click on that link if you still have not finished Neo Tweeby. For anyone who watches this playthrough, but not that one.
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map.
Yeah, kick red, white, the shins for me.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
Get fucked, Kubo. Asshole.
It had not been long since since stopped snowing as victim Miss Green walked down the street.
Didn't she also hide an Edgeworth suitcase? Yes, she did, yeah. Yeah, she is absolutely his daughter, too. There's no argument.
Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sure, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ow! I think it's starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scrag-looking Saseki-san, I suppose.
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence.
What is this, Kiryu-chan? No. Majima, don't. Stop. Stick to showing off the titties. That's what you're good at. The hidden intelligence thing annoys you a lot because the really interesting parts of Archer's character, or that he was a CEO, technically new business, not the same. Yeah, definitely. It's especially. I won't say anything more than that. It's a very weird plot point that they even decide to bother because it ends up kind of not mattering at all. I won't say how, but yeah.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what I can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand stops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out that much. At this moment in time, we haven't even been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, then what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had to stab the young woman? Oh yeah, no, I meant literally. Ozzy literally hits the reset button on everyone's character development. It's actually kind of fucked up. I do like how she had to work extra hard to get Jin's, though. Jin was like, no, stranger danger. I don't think I trust you. You arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
He's so casual about it. Oh my god. Oh.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle in the public gallery.
There are people back there. You just poked out Steve's eye with that, asshole.
Your hollow words have soured its hollowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What? Medic?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question.
You were really fucking with Naki and Hirobi, and Ikazuchi was cool, yeah. Hirobi was undergoing his dad arc, Naki was super cool. Raiden had just gotten back, but still kind of cared about his brother, apparently. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Fret the third wheel, wise, fret the third wheel.
Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony.
Fret, no. Poor boy.
Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir.
Also, one second, I just realized because I was exercising, my TV is still turned way up. 1 second. Don't want that background noise bleeding in. You probably can't hear it, but it's bothering me because I can hear it. Oh no. Oh no, and it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing where even if I lower the volume, it doesn't actually register as being lowered until I flicker with the source. I hate that. 1 second. Oh, did that not do it? Damn it. I actually have to manually reselect it. I can't be cheap. Okay. There we go. Alright.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Except there are witnesses somehow.
Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
So your scenario is this man just decided to randomly stab some woman he apparently did not know on the way back from a bookstore.
Sounds like an open and shut case. Case closed. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph right here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Naki's Rider is cool. You love it's based on Japanese wolf. It's a little weird that it's based on Japanese wolf specifically, but yeah, it's nice. I sure do wish I could find the figure of it. I wasn't able to pre-order it. And now even if I had the money, it keeps selling out like instantly on secondhand shops. It's ridiculous. 01's too popular. You might buy an Elgato for your PC. What are those next to the motherboard? Oh, very nice, JC. It's a good capture card. It's absolutely fantastic. It's I've had some issues with it, but all those issues are on my computer, not on the capture card. I believe Ian actually recently got the same kind, and it's been working well for him as well. Highly recommended.
Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please.
If you find Lang's ancestor, just stab him and save us the trouble. Okay, we've got to kill Hasanaga if he shows up again. He is Lang's ancestor as far as I'm concerned.
You Nipponies are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well,
Forgive me, Lord Von Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. If Guy Mavel Cluster Hopper, why does it say heat and metal? I guess Guy was just being an arrogant fuck and knew that he would succeed in his hostile takeover so that he would own Hiden at some point. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. That's the closest thing to an explanation I could think of.
So I was walking on the accused pavement. I couldn't think of this in the window behind me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. I wouldn't overtake her. She suddenly let a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from here. So I ran so far away. I couldn't get away.
Ha! A green overcoat?
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
Do you remember he was kind of cute? She is, actually. She's a cutie. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
Well, if he's to be believed, if he's genuinely telling the truth and she just collapsed, then it has to have been that somebody else came along right afterwards and stabbed her when she was already down, right? Like, that's kind of the only possible explanation.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Majority of the cases have been nobody else was there, only for you to prove someone was. I had noticed it. It's one of the reasons that I'm still, like, as good as case 3 was, just generally speaking. Hello, Cat. We are on case 4, as I just said. As good as case 3 was, generally speaking, yeah, I'm not too blown away by the quality of the cases thus far. Not bad. Not the worst, certainly. It's just like, eh. Susato-san, give me a hint!
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid.
And Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed, yeah, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Okay, so there's something already there. Do I have anything? Because I'm not crazy. Someone told me at some point that there were witnesses after all. Reported by... We'll see, running away by a reported officer. The fact that this is evidence is concerning. No one else besides the victim and the accused. Yeah, see, that's immediately bullshit, right? Hopefully.
Objection.
No, god damn it. Let's consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? No? Really?
One implication counts, so nothing strikes me about it.
Ah. Detective looks like Ed from Ed and Eddie with the lack of a chin. Yeah, he's got some major towhead going on. How are you able to say that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Oh yeah, Inspector Grayson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand should it be necessary.
Well, wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it could have been dark already. It would have been dark already, even. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights.
Oh.
The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Kangaroo form? I don't know what the fuck Ken's talking about. The kangaroo form was super early and didn't fucking do anything. It was just one of the pointless side forms. I don't know why that's Kino. Metal Cluster Hopper is Kino. The thing that happens in the last 5 episodes or whatever is Kino. Kangaroo form, nah.
Quite! Here in London, for the first time in history, man has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of his cross-examination, maybe we will be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
I have no fucking idea. The wording makes me think something with the fog, but I don't think we have anything about that. Not really. Alright, I need to look at everything. It's a kangaroo court! It feels that way. Is there really literally nothing on this? Okay. Well, this is a good sign of things to come.
Hold it!
I guess I'm gonna fucking press everything. Mr. Natsume's belongings?
If you think that's all there is in the photograph I printed the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord, second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape he might have had before he even knew it was there.
You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked to the ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in the bookshop in question, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is here, Bourbon Books. Little place on the corner of Briar Road and the Street.
That's a hard name.
As it happened, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end.
The new Fluttershy shit up on your timeline and that yellow skin is awful, right, Spice? It's so bad. Like, it's one of the reasons I hate it. I never even gave Equestria Girls a chance just because I hated the designs. Like, the fucking multicolored skin just made me like, eh. Especially on people like Fluttershy, because yeah, it looks like jaundice. It's so bad looking. Howdy, Roxas. Doing alright.
Doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken. Something like this.
Been feeling dead all day? I know that feel. That was me yesterday.
Yes, I concur with your conclusions, Inspector. Defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think what the inspector said just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing it's gonna be something like the lamp on that road was out or something. Yeah, I agree. Most important point the inspector just made being... the crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop.
I couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly?
Oh, you winded me up, Sunshine. I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. Used red blooming ink and drew the bloke's rap on the rap for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, of course. Must have been so nervous I didn't take it in.
The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend.
No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all.
Mr. Naruhodo, but strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage.
Yes, miss, at once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. I take it I picked the wrong thing.
Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
Okay, I'm guessing there are 2 used bookstores. And this is not the one he went to. Bourbon Books. Your books. Yep, okay, there we go. Let's see, do I need to go down this route again? So I was right. I'm technically still talking about the location being weird. But I get it. I get what they want. Inspector Grayson, may I ask you for a favor?
What would that be?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? There we go. I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. Could be a very important clue.
Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
So there are 2 secondhand bookstores within walking distance? Is that normal for old-timey London? I wish I had a secondhand bookstore closer to me. Closest one is like 20 minutes away without traffic.
Yes, my lord, whatever you say.
Could this man be any more sardonic? The whole block is just bookstores?
I can't find it. There's only bookstores. Hold it!
Oh, no, shit. Didn't want to press. So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it?
That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings.
Presumptuous. Just because something's closer does not mean it's better. Sometimes it's worth going further away. I get it. If I could confirm one point, can we be sure the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question?
Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, you Fruit Loop dingus?
2 GameStop. Well, there's a GameStop on every corner. There's like 5 GameStops less than 10 minutes away from me in different directions.
Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the hood after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we haven't been able to ask the bloke if he had the accused visited the shop on the day in question or not.
Game shops, not stops. I guess. In that case, the defendant himself, what did the defendant himself have to say about it?
No recollection.
What?
According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been.
Ah, of course he doesn't.
The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds wherever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop happens to be passing, rarely notices the name. I should say the man on alert to look where he's going at the very least.
So, just like I thought then, I did not need to press. I hit the wrong button. Something the matter?
Inspector, you may continue with your testimony.
Could have been a vendor street. It still seems a little weird, but hey. GameStop's the only actual shop around you now. All the others either used bookstores or closed down. Damn. Yeah, I have one used bookstore. It's a second in Charles. It's technically a chain. It's like a spin-off of Bucks a Million, I think, but it's there. It's nice. I have that, and there were a shit ton of used game shops near there too. Now there's only one, and I don't even know if it's still open because it's been over a year. I know a lot of stores closed because of the event. Local mom and pa shops.
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
Oops.
The event? I mean, the plague noise? Yeah, the plague noise, duh. What else would I be talking about? This is a receipt from when we found Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details of the purchase of 3 secondhand books.
And you found that in the accused room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-U-R, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand shop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Ah, what? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that. Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
What are you, a fucking hipster?
That filthy 11 isn't cool enough to know about my cool second-hand bookshop. Blah, 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 blah. This one's mine.
Objection.
It's too cool for him. It's pretty underground. You've probably never heard of it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from bourbon books, then yes, he almost certainly would have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may very well mean that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could this be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it might be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely. Never mind the fact that he already admitted that he did see her collapse. It could absolutely be right. Honey. Ryu, dear boy.
Inspector Grayson, where is this establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Murchison Street, going east.
There you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. It doesn't change anything. Even if not for the fact that he already admitted he did see the lady at least. Still seems like the more direct route.
My learning beneath friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. You are not a clown, you are the entire circus.
To your future career in the circus! Callback. Beautiful. America.
To your future career in the circus.
You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you, you fuck!
That's a reaction image. That's a keeper.
I didn't think it needed to be spelled out, but here we go. If the accused was coming over from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Oh no, wait a minute, well... Yeah, he still may have gone the other route, but he still would have passed by the lady.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
I mean, you don't know. He could have turned left. He might be a Doctor Who fan.
Allow me to reiterate from my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponi's friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Rindoka? Why are we talking about Rindoka? Rindoka is a very, very good ship. Good God. So fucking pure.
As I suspected, you can't fool me. I don't suggest you try.
What'd I say? I've had enough of this now.
I beg your pardon. I'm terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, she right.
We must consider that the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
My claims to Kitab must have passed the location of the incident on the way home from your books, but I don't know actually. Because now that I think about it, like I said, even if he went home the opposite way, yeah, even if he went around this way, the slightly longer way, for whatever reason, he still would have passed by her and she was stabbed right here. He literally could have just gotten to her from the corner. I imagine that's how it's gonna end up being, like, that's the direction it's gonna end up taking, I'm sure, so I'm not sure if it's even worth it to raise the objection. Or just lie down and play dead, but... she said we have to do something, so I guess we'll try. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean here on this map. When returning from your books back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take in between the two places. Yep. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Am I high? Is the X... The X is where she was found, right? Ryu? He wouldn't have been behind her? Oh, is that all? Okay. I guess that makes sense, but still, like, they have no way of knowing, like, how much of a confrontation it was. She could have I don't know. Whatever. Sure. We'll go with that.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round.
Yeah? And? I take the long way home sometimes.
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well, he could be hot-blooded.
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and he is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
But, yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume what route he took home. Like he's gonna fucking remember.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering from A to B. Aimlessly, even. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I don't believe this!
I thank you, my learned friend. May you honk in peace. And suggest that we do not waste any more of this court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what is it you... Pray what you... Go!
Oh, I said something about sounding better than usual because I exercised? Nope, clearly not.
Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
Kill me! But, even if that is the case, the defense Also, hi, Godzilla. Oh, God. You guys gonna transform into the Power Rangers? What's happening here?
I agree with Lord Von Cheeks, wholeheartedly, in every way.
What? I don't believe this. Does this mean... Uh-oh, am I stuck? My webcam is stuck again. Uh-oh, 1 second. I just noticed. I think I can fix that. Yeah, it turns out, you know how I was having all these issues with it? And I thought for sure that it was because of Windows updating. No, it's just my USB ports are faulty as hell. That's literally it. It's just like, it's literally just half my USB ports are completely fucking busted and do not pick up stuff properly and are constantly disconnecting and reconnecting. It's fucked. Hola, Deduction Central. 1 second, you caught me in the middle of some technical difficulties. USB ports, yep. That's the whole reason. Like, that's the whole fucking reason that I got the capture card I got. Because I needed one that used HDMI instead. Because they were just that faulty, so new motherboard wouldn't help. I don't trust myself. I do not trust myself to do any kind of in-depth PC stuff beyond just plugging in easy parts to the PCLE slots. Hence why we have the goal for the new PC. Because rather than buying expensive ass parts and then possibly risking breaking everything, I'd rather just get a completely new one. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Ah.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
God. Jury is the same. The juror number 1 is the witness from the first case or the last case. On that note, 1 second. Some of my fans are also busted, so that's fun. Hitting it's not working. Normally hitting it works. God fucking damn it. Everything's broken. Whatever, at least the webcam's working.
It would appear the jury's leading is unanimous.
I can't hurt it any more than it already is, Pump.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve the Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo. No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out the summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
I like this mechanic, by the way. I'm terrified because this case has very little information going for it, but I like this mechanic. Pitting them against each other.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese uppity really admitted it himself, didn't he?
He said the woman was angry and was collapsed before his eyes. Why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around on the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Said the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing.
Your books, yes, nice shop that, but bourbon books, no, not worth a visit.
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we've learned from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why do you have to run like that? How are we supposed to believe it's some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? I forget if we can press here or not. Because the ones from the last case were very, very obvious.
Mr. Naruhodo, no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yeah, I know. We have to turn the tide. Gotta make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Boy! So to keep the trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Only need to change 4, not 6. Yeah, you just have to get a majority. Okay, irrelevant. Irrelevant. Oh, we can press here. Oh, I don't like that. Never mind, I don't like it anymore.
Hold it!
I hate pressing. I think I made that clear after this many games. It leads to funny stuff occasionally, but generally speaking, I hate pressing. It just feels like it only serves to drag things out, and usually it's completely unnecessary. You're right at the time of the incident. The defendant admits to having a screen, I cannot read today. Admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
Let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's the lies you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say, after all. You are... you know... foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Okay, I don't like her anymore. I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you're too kind, my lord.
That went well for her. Like, what is even the point of pressing here? What happens? Like, does it change any information? Or is it just something... You can tell me this, I'm asking genuinely. Because, again, if I can get around it, it does, god damn it. Fuck. It's like, if I can still just pit people against each other. God damn it. Yeah, nah, I don't like this anymore. Aw, that's a good 11. That's a good Barnaby. Beautiful. I miss him. I miss that game in general.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush went on under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
I'm sorry?
Don't think I forgot how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been battering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock, I would.
Anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. You are a criminal? I mean, maybe for that mustache and eating his own cane constantly, but no. Like, I don't think he had anything to do with the murder in the third case. I don't know why the fuck... Again, I don't know why McGill did it himself when he could afford higher goons, I'm sure. But I think it was him. I think he just had a brain fart, I guess. You know, it's real to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's becoming Mr. First now.
It's absolutely conflict of interest, by the way, yeah. Like I said, this jury's fucked.
Hold it!
But you can't deny there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken from your books. That's wacky. Oh man, somebody already oh, it's KZ's. KZ has a beat emote. Oh, god damn it, he beat me to it. Motherfucker. God damn it. Fuck. Careful of spoilers. Yeah, I mean, Best Boy. He has a Best Boy emote. Unek.
Oh, yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Caldabash Road or something?
He also has Nagi and Suze. Oh, beautiful. We gotta get a Susie one. Susie's safe. Susie's not spoilery.
Precisely. But it still seems to me that what counts is whether little fellow actually went that way or not.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there?
Well, yeah, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yeah, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Yeah? Why is all of this true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim like he did.
Smub Shoka. I mentioned this yesterday. There are so many good fucking faces in Neo Twiwi, and we've got like 50 slots still in the Discord. Somebody needs to just make a list of all the faces we need as emotes, and I'll get to work on them at some point. I was gonna say, is this man the most sane witness that we've had since Brushel? I mean, not a witness, but you know what I mean. This man might be the most sane person we've had on the stand since Brushel.
If there was some logical reason why he might have gone to Caldabash Way, that'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would.
Reason why he might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. Don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
There's gotta be, like I said, something with the street lights or something. That they were out on one side. But I don't think we have literally anything that can prove that yet. Yeah, see, this is why I don't like pressing. If there was some kind of marker or indicator on statements maybe that said, hey, press here to uncover more information, then that'd be one thing. But when you have to just, when you have to just blindly press literally everything, if you're lost, not a fan. Easy mode, Layton, I don't know anything about Layton.
Hold it!
That would defeat the purpose? Exactly. That's why I'm saying, just don't have pressing, period.
Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room.
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand?
I don't need it to be a story mode. I don't need dumb baby mode. Pressing is just obnoxious and redundant, and I feel like it's unnecessary. Just write the game in a way where you don't constantly have to do that to uncover extra information. Just adds an unnecessary layer of padding. She's keeping up that charade? This is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told to not mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
She's still taking being a maid, yes. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right, although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh, goodness me, yes, he's just the sort.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, spouting that unscrupulous mustache.
Why does everyone have it out for his mustache? Leighton uses hint coins to pin any comments with an exclamation mark. Ah.
The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him.
Wow. Good God, the racism. Jesus Christ.
I've heard them, you know. People must think I'm building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him?
He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. In the they didn't understand the concept of antisocial personality disorder in the 1800s. Thought she said shitty eyes. That would have somehow been less offensive. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Yeah, no, I get it. I get that it's period accurate, but just, oh my god.
Hold it!
Making me feel secondhand shame for my own, my own goddamn race. Good god. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This'll take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Huh? Lots of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh. Oh shit, dude. Oh, I see. That must be very hard on you, but nonetheless, you kind of need an actual reason to want to convict him, sir. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late, the work's taken. It's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the road stuck up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dusk to dawn, it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, I remember rightly. It was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? Another impartial jury member? That's right, Mersham Street it was. Mersham Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. A trend here where all the Japanese games talk about racism happen to be racist towards the Japanese and not the other way around. It's weird. Like, it's very strange, genuinely. I believe, SF Debris pointed that out in his Code Geass review of the first couple episodes. Just being fascinated by the fact that Japan seems to continually point out stories where they kind of effectively call themselves out or talk about racism towards themselves. It's weird. Okay, so there's one. Alright, sir, you're also being very irrelevant. You wanna give something that's actually condemning in any way?
I'm sorry, Fold it, you say, Fold what?
No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see, same thing every day. Including the day you're talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That was my daily routine, you see, same thing every day, including the day you're talking about.
Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh my god, he's also rounded in green. Good god, the planets fucking aligned. Were you the one who collapsed, sir? That is, Jesus Christ. If that's actually what went down, I swear to fucking god. That is like the most convenient planet alignment series of coincidences since like the fucking ending of Hostel. Where the main character conveniently runs over like pretty much everyone involved directly with his friends getting tortured and kidnapped. Just conveniently runs into the 2 girls who lure them on the road, conveniently runs into the salad guy on the train. Good god.
No mistake there, I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and docked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist you add that information to your formal statement. It may be extremely significant.
Oh, sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite all right now.
Sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree. It's the irrelevance of some of them are what sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. What do I think of the new Twitter layout? I barely noticed the difference. I don't use Twitter much these days, so I gotta be honest. Like, I haven't followed anyone new. So I haven't noticed. I'm living in blissful ignorance.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just listen to the jurors again carefully. But yeah, I did see a lot of shitposts about the fact that, yeah, the new Twitter redesign seems to be specifically designed to trigger people with OCD. Like, changes so minor that some people won't even notice them. But the people who do are going to be very bothered by it. Luckily, I've not noticed. Any other assertions are at odds, I'll pit them against each other, mercilessly.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Fight, 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 fight!
Is an incel not basically the same thing as a simp? Okay. Did he actually add it to his statement? Okay. You two.
Objection.
Fight. These two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6?
My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact which you can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he's has no recollection of his journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way home. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we're all well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
The animations of this game are insane. Like, it's actually crazy that this was a 3DS originally. How did the 3DS run this game? I'm guessing not very well. I'm guessing at 2 frames a second. Can we really be sure of that, ma'am?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood.
Am I?
My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course. Nico's emulation of this had frame issues does not surprise me in the slightest. To hard of hearing, juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Oh, sorry! You need a pee? No, I'm good. I already went.
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
I mean, it kind of still was, but we're going to ignore that. You idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so deft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What'd you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear the beautiful green overcoat, is it?
Oh man, this old man's hip. This old man knows the green's a valid color. Yo! Okay, I'm down with this guy.
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
I feel stupid for wasting the Southern Belle voice on the bitch from the first case. Because this lady's actually saying I do declare. Thank you!
I would too!
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Is it?
Make her a Constance? I could make her a Constance.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthen our position somewhat. No one would care. No one would care if I... Yeah, no, oh no. No one would give a shit, I'm sure. every single fucking guy since we got here who is like an older gentleman has just been yeah, her and Swan but Jake could end up in the same room, so yeah, it'd probably be fine. Looks like Jane from Tarzan, she does a little bit, or Princess Peach, yeah.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... If we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
That's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Juror 6 is consistently pleasant old person, yeah. He seems like a nice old man. I bet he's got like a bunch of grandkids that he spoils. I don't think his wouldn't have changed if it wasn't somehow relevant. I'm just not sure how consistent it overlaps with anything else. Will this change now, I wonder? Now that we have the idea that it might be the old man?
Hold it!
Can that happen? I already have all the pieces? Okay. One and three. I won this. I thought so. I thought this was the horseman from the from 3 as well, but no, they're just very similar looking. No, just the first guy. The first guy was one of the gentlemen in the top of the omnibus. Here's my guess. I'm gonna... I'm gonna press this one again and see if I can get any more information about why he was working on the road. So to see if something was, like, wrong with it. To confirm, like, why he wouldn't go that way, like if the street light was out. Not sure if I'm on the right track. I apparently have I already have all the pieces, though, apparently. I'll do it anyway. Maybe it'll give me a hint. So if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing some road maintenance that day. Okay, maybe. Maybe I actually am on the right track. That's right, like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pops underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time a year fellows like me can actually make a few bob. And I'm missing out today. And when you say from dusk till dawn to dusk, whatever. Well, the work has to be completed within the day. See, no coaches and pedestrians can pass while it's happening. Really? Fucking really? Nobody knew that this was happening? Oh, I miss Brushel! Oh my fucking god, I miss Brushel so goddamn much, you have no fucking idea! Oh, I miss that beautiful cooperative man! Oh my god! Not even just him! Not even just him! Nobody fucking could be like, oh, there was road work being done on that other road. Fucking nobody could have gone that way. Add Brushel to this. You know what? You know what? 1 second. 1 second. Let me find him. Let me find him. Surely I have one saved. He's such a beautiful man. Surely I have at least one exploitable of him saved still. I'll get some sip. Oh my god. Oh. You can dance with the dinosaurs too. Okay. Alright, he's gonna chill down here with Kit Copper. There we go. Alright, I feel better now. Don't you all feel safer? Don't you all feel safer with him watching over you? Stranger's paradise! Watching over you. Of course he moves. He's always watching. Always. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir. Could you mark this street map the exact location of the work you were carrying out? Give it here, then. Let's have a look. So I didn't have all the pieces. I had them mentally, but I didn't have them in-game. Right, let's see then. Here we are. There's Sham Street. Yep, it was just here. It was a tiny dig, I can tell you. We had to go through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. He looks like an incel. He is not! He's an angel. Brushel blinks with the bottom... Brushel blinks with his bottom eyelids. He blinks with his bottom eyelids. That's not something human beings can do. Ergo, Brushel is not human. You know what Brushel is? He's an angel. An angel sent to save us from all these uncooperative, dumb shit witnesses. By being nothing but forthcoming and helpful. He is an angel sent to save us. I love him. What time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning. We can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow would stop coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. He's at least as powerful as Joshua.
That means the roadwork was still going when the screen was attacked around 5 o'clock.
Roadworks on Mersham Street, huh? Oh, it didn't actually elaborate anything. Well, I mean, I guess he did mark it on my map, but still. At least I'm assuming I still had to get that. Who is Brushel? Watch the Apollo Justice playthrough, Caleb. Watch the Apollo Justice playthrough to understand the saga we went through with this beautiful man. He killed me. He damn near killed me when I first saw him. There's a clip of it somewhere on Twitch. When I first saw him, I was afraid too. I didn't understand the man. I was gonna say, can I just pit them against each other? I don't know, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I can pit against, yeah, him, duh. Okay, yep. Alright, that should work.
Objection!
We were just awed by his presence. I was dead silent. Apollo Justice got me to just go dead silent and freak out. Like, it got me to do that twice. The first was Hobo Phoenix, the second was Brushel.
Nanomachine, son.
Hi, Chloe. Thank you very much for the nanomachines. I'm doing well. I'm just dealing with some clown-ass witnesses. Can someone help you find that clip, Caleb? If you, I believe you can just, I believe you can, like, just go to the section under videos on Twitch, and then I believe you can sort by popularity or views. It'll be one of the higher ranked ones. That was a moment in time. These two statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel, explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
Suspiciously specific denial. I'm watching you now, sir. Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3?
Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on the map of the... What's been said on our map of the local area. A lot of people shit on Brushel, and another reason why Apollo Justice was a bad game. Not many realize how great it is. I saw a thread literally just the other day talking about how shit Apollo Justice was and got really mad. Like, what the fuck? Apollo Justice is one of the best ones. And Brushel is the best witness, ever. He's also our best Metopia party member. He's a beautiful flower. He's a lovely, lovely man. He's watching over you. Always. Case 4, yep. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's home route could not have taken him along Mersham Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. It also gave us Clavier. Not the best prosecutor in the franchise, but like just a very refreshing change of pace as a prosecutor. Such a fucking bro. If Apollo ever gets ported to Switch, he'll buy it as soon as you get the funds added. Yeah, Secret Sim, yeah. Yeah, since I emulated all these games for the purpose of my playthrough, I try to support it officially whenever possible. So if they ever do port the rest of them to the Switch, I will absolutely buy them. Oh shit, Pumpkaboo found it. Caleb, if you're still here and didn't find it yourself, Pumpkaboo found it. Spark Brushel murders local streamer. The only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings.
Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now he had no choice.
Yes!
My lord, my judge, sir. Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
You know, it just dawned on me. Gee, I can't believe a fire got started in the courtroom. They practice such good fire safety. How did that happen?
What about you, sir?
Hey, who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Silently wheezed for like 5 seconds. I was stunned. I was literally stunned. Because while I am now aware that he is in fact an angel sent to save us, his design at a first glance is very, very unnerving. It was all I could do. Honestly think Simon is your favorite. Simon might be my favorite as well, yeah. Edgeworth, again, it feels like you almost can't even count Edgeworth because he's so all over the place and so ingrained into Phoenix's personal history. I kind of don't even count Edgeworth, but so yeah, by that criteria, I think Simon's definitely the best one.
That summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. Show the noes have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Simon was so fucking good.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my beloved hollow chalice moments after raising an objection?
Godot was also great. I liked Godot a lot. Godot is... It's hard to judge because that's the best part. They're all so different. with the exception of, like, Nayuta, who's just kind of boring. Like, they all do something different for the most part. They're all good. How's Zeke ranking so far? He's very extra. He reminds me a lot of Simon, which gives him a lot of brownie points. But generally speaking, I still need to see more of him. Max, Mr. Von Dix. He's good so far. I like him, but I gotta wait and see how this goes before I actually rank him. But I do like him a lot. Wish you could be his last so he could fill you and then break you with his hands, Rick!
Same.
What?
Only to crush it to discuss. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Von Zeeks? Yeah, this is only his second case, exactly. What is this? Babies born during the pandemic have lower IQs? What the fuck? What? Babies born during the... How do you conduct an IQ test on a baby? It's a fucking baby! They all have low IQs! What the fuck? And now I'm in jail. A lot of people wanted to be at the table. Also valid.
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
Eh?
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you just said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you excavated, sir.
Being a simp is not a crime. It's not a crime when it's justified. Exactly, Rick. Thank you. That's right, it took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
Feed the birds, tuppence a day.
Now, my Lord Deepening's friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Because spiritually, he's an angel because he saved us, because he's the one witness who was actually completely forthcoming with information and straightforward, and never once gave us the runaround or was bullshit. Physically, he's an angel because he blinks with his bottom eyelids, which is physically impossible for humans. Therefore, he's not human. He can't be human, what else could he be? He's an angel. Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. Even correct himself? Yeah. Like, we had to fight him a little bit because he did, like, he had some misinformation. But the second he realized he was wrong, he corrected himself, yeah.
Oops.
He was only ever truthful and forthcoming with information, even if some of it was misinformed at first.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Von Zeeks couldn't have done that fire because vampires are weak to fire? Depends on the story. He could be a Twilight vampire, in which case he doesn't have to worry. He just sparkles.
Less than 2 meters?
Or less than 2 meters, that's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. But you just said that even if it is a very short amount of distance, all things considered. Like, if it's blocked off. You specifically said you weren't letting anyone through. What?
Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing that sight of yours?
I won't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just done any Jovo back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, he could spring over a 2-yard trench in the meanderings around town.
Ah! Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to the lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence. Twilight vampires can die from fire, you just have to decapitate them first? Ah, okay.
And old man.
Cold man, you can talk!
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese man behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say I remember.
You don't remember? A person you follow for Neo is also a Kamen Rider fan, so you get random Kamen Rider stuff on your timeline. Ah, beautiful. Feel free to share if you feel like it, Spice.
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah!
Order! Order! Lord Von Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord. If you had such trenchment up your sleeve, trenchment argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not puffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed.
It's the person who posted stuff in the art book too. You'll share in the live stream chat. Sweet. I'll happily follow them for more art book scans and Kamen Rider. Sounds like a sweet deal.
My hospitality has its limits, as they may have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about? Why'd you take off your cape then?
My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witness.
It's next witness?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yeah, I remember. One of them being Scotland Yard's policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Von Zeeks brings to the stand as a witness, No matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Is that actually a break? No, okay. Oh my god. So here we have, Officer Meekin's ancestor and his wife, Darla Dimple. Sure.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Dopey sounding, I was gonna say. Why was my first instinct for this man the Swedish chef? Think these two are from Kamen Rider? Let me see. Indeed they are. Yep, those are the two new mains of the upcoming show. Make him Swedish, Kermit.
Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
Why is he eating his helmet? Why would he not be eating his helmet? And this bitch. Rolly beat, Rolly beat.
Kermit. Kermit the Frog.
I wish I could do a better Miss Piggy. If he's Kermit, then obviously his wife should be Miss Piggy. But my Miss Piggy voice is not good. Don't trust either of these two, neither do I. Just Constance? Just Constance. You... What is the Constance voice, really? We jokingly say the Constance is the same thing as Dr. Girlfriend. Do we actually want her to be Dr. Girlfriend? I know that one's divisive. You were gonna say Miss Piggy and Kermit? Yeah, yeah. It'd be good, but my Miss Piggy's not good. Nah. Lady Gaga. Oh my god, Saber ends next week. I mean, who? Can I at least try Piggy?
I'm Miss Pete, but this is my name. I'm proud to say I'm young and this downstairs wife.
That's... Dr. Girlfriend? Dr. Girlfriend doesn't hurt. Dr. Girlfriend's easy.
No, Kermit. Oh no.
It's hard. Bikini, yeah. It's hard to do. Because she's so... obviously she actually is. Like, it's so obviously a guy doing the voice. Like, she's the opposite. Like, you'd think that'd be easy for me to do, but no. Like, I can actually do decently... I can still do convincing female voices and still make my voice, like, sound obviously girl when I actually focus. It's weird. I can do that. I have to really... It doesn't hurt. I just have to really think about it when I do it. Because when I'm saying, okay, I need to make my voice higher.
I almost always instantly give it a Pinkie Pie. Because it's just the easy thing to do.
Like, I have to think more in the vein. I have to think less Miss Piggy and more like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged Taya. Or any abridged female character. I was fine doing Bikini, yeah. It's just tricky. So what's the story here?
Oh, well, in truth, we got been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary the other day.
I'll just keep thinking of I'll just keep thinking of Pinky or Bikini. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? Sure, I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters so that are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean. And lighting and extinguishing the streetlights.
20 miles, that is an awful job. Like I said, I started exercising again today. I danced the equivalent of 3 miles, and it damn near killed me a couple times. Fucking, I can't do any expert songs anymore. I used to be able to do a lot of expert songs almost perfectly. The only one I didn't fuck up on was Centerfold. Nah. I am out of shape. I'll get there. Gotta start slow.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. The fact that Zeke's acknowledged how hard this guy works is surprisingly kind of him. I was gonna say, yeah, I don't think Zeke's is a bad guy. Like, I think the fact that his opponents keep dying, if they're not convicted, is probably a coincidence. I do think he's just a decent dude doing his job. He's just also a Hubert.
It goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, the constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat.
Job is very fortuitous. Only 2-3 days a year. Can only imagine his fucked up sleep schedule fucking right. Yeah, he's just racist. He's just a little racist towards the Japanese people. But it's fine, because fucking everybody is in this time period, apparently.
Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. I already said that. Oh well. For the London Bob, he is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
What bad luck do you have to accidentally lock yourself in a carriage and set it on fire? I don't know what happened there. I have no idea what happened there. I imagine, like, some shifty-ass motherfuckers he had connections with, since he's effectively a loan shark. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened with McGilded, but I don't think Zeke's was actually involved with it.
That's right, sir, isn't it, Rolly?
Constable rolling pizza! Nothing to report on the street, sir!
What a great witness he's gonna be!
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
It was our wedding anniversary, and while he was taking me out for a meal, there was no time to change after work. Anyway, two shimmers appeared in the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help with the nearby police folks. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Brody and I both saw him clear as day.
Very young couple. You could probably find out.
This is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Really hoping to destroy their relationship. Depending on how forthcoming they're being, yeah, only 21 and 23. Yeah, they're baby. They're very, very baby newlyweds. Yeah, back in the day, that's what happened. That tended to be how young people got married. Now we know better.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact, because the alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate beach-hitching. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however.
Marriage, yeah, now we know that marriage is a fucking scam. And that you should definitely not commit to it that early in life until you're absolutely fucking sure that it's what you want.
This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may as well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. Say you appreciate the gravity of the situation here, I'm sure.
Except the man tried so hard his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
It was our wedding anniversary.
I keep wanting to go Pinkie Pie. Blech. I like how the couple is wearing a scarf. It's nice. I like that they match. They're very cute. I hope they're not assholes. So that's it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing this testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. They aren't even matching, it's just one big scarf. Is it? Oh my god, that's cute. Fuck, I can't read or comprehend anything. I'm dumb, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same.
That was probably not me talking before. Oops. If that's true, where does it leave us?
Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
What do we do?
If Kasaba-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try and find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement about speaking Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt the pair's memory is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, then I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and an unfavorable conclusion.
I don't always seem to be up against it. Don't! That's rude. Good God. It's too early. It's too early to be shitting on Kazuma. It's not his fault they killed him off in an incredibly stupid way. Alright, Alright, I think I'm actually gonna think about this in the restroom. Because my stomach's slightly acting up again. I'm probably fine. Well, unless I also need to refill my drink, so I will be right back. Where's my button? There's my button. I actually can't see anything today. I might need to turn on auto blink and get my glasses on. I'm having trouble reading. All right, be right back.
I'm back. Ugh.
Sorry about that. I was trying to fix my my fan without restarting the computer. Did not work out well. New PC one day. Can't believe her eyes are sparkling. That's the strangest part about this. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. Yeah, you didn't know who Brushel is, Caleb. I assume you're not super familiar with the franchise. We have seen some shit. Sparkly eyes, that don't even register with me anymore. Ryu would not have got this far without Susato. Susato has the brain cell. Susato-san absolutely has the brain cell today. You beat Dual Destinies? Ah. How do you play Dual Destinies but not Apollo? Not judging, just confused. Okay, alright. So it's literally pointless trying to convince them that, that they didn't see the man. So we have to figure something else out. Let's cross-examine his cat. That cat's gonna end up being vital somehow. You don't just randomly introduce a cat and not do anything with it. Unless it's case 2, but case 2 is bad. Alright, 2 silhouettes. Okay. No point arguing that part. That cat had knife claws? Put that cat on the witness stand. Case 2 had walkie. No, this game's case 2, Pump. Apollo's case 2? No. Good God, are you oh, no. I heard about the leak. I have not seen whatever the leak was. I've just been told it's probably Jacko. I don't know why everyone's certain it's Jacko, but I've been told it's probably Jacko. Which is fine. Gonna play Apollo Justice. Have fun, Caleb. You're in for a treat. Okay. I guess I'll just press everything that doesn't relate to his actual identity. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh, no, certainly not. It's the job of the strapping men only. Women and children, the elderly, can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children the elderly can't do the job, can't ya?
I think Rory looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits him to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? That's creepy.
Oh, Rory, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't even recognize your face when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
It's the uniforms, man. The uniforms help.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal the day after you finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop in, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Part from the London Copper. It has noble funding principles of the force written on its reminder of all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London around and uphold the peace of the common man. So, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plotting in my boots is all the Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Aww. Oh. I really hope she genuinely loves you and doesn't just think uniforms are hot and anyone would do.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
I was gonna say, yeah, both their eyes sparkle too.
Hold it!
Interesting to see why women weren't allowed in such jobs back then. It was not sexist. What was the actual reason? Patrolly. Patrolly. Ah! Two silhouettes.
That's right, they were coming towards us, waking up in prior road in the opposite direction.
My sentiments exactly, JC.
There was a rather pomp-looking figure followed by a scrawny-looking man.
I got the beat part. Yeah, I got beat as in cop. I got beat as in cop, and not beat as in Tweewee. Although it probably should be beat as in Tweewee, because everything's better with beat. Let's be honest.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Yes, quite certain it was dark with there. She lives in Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Darling in the Franks remake, but instead of 02 and Hero, it's these two. And also the ending doesn't suck. It's 12 episodes shorter.
Yes, that's right, of course, there was a light fog on the ground. Before I rode is dead straight, you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before Sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please. Mr. Beat, are you quite sure of what you've just said?
Also, Beat needs a second to explain things that come in a pair. They kind of do at this point, let's be honest. I know. I was gonna say a thing. Goddamn, I can't talk about Neo! I can't talk about Neo, god damn it, it's killing me!
Yes, sir, it's a copper who spends all day every day keep watching the streets, I swear to it, sir. And I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh,
They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Remind me of the couple from the Damask case? Yeah, actually. Yeah, they're probably the cutest couple we've had since them. Ron and, oh god, I forget the girl's name. Oh! Who wrote, what is this? The Gamer. TheGamer.com. I got a score to settle with you. Good fucking god, I'm so sick. Both say the same thing in different ways. No, they don't. It's not even remotely the same fucking message. Persona 5 story is adults bad. They aren't similar at all. Oh my fucking god, I hate everything. I'm so sick of this bullshit. Starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
it's beginning to seem like there's nowhere else to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. You know, it's about how rules are bad.
What?
It's about isolation and how humans need other people to actually truly live. Are people that stupid? Is it satire? Are they satire? Or is it satire or is it just stupid? Please tell me it's satire. They don't know what satire is, do they?
I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
That slight controller drop. It hurts my brain. It actually hurts my brain.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oops.
Neo's about breaking free from the Matrix. You maybe think of a different Neo. No, I'm pretty sure you're right. the one of the battle themes of the place is literally called Breaking Free. So no, I'm pretty sure you have the right one. It's the Persona 5 of JRPGs. JC, save. God, I almost want to read the full article on stream later. Good God. I'll read the entire. I don't know. Should we make some kind of goal? I'll make it some kind of goal. I'll read the entire article in my Big the Cat voice. I saw my updated equipment block. Oh yeah, I'm looking fresh, funky fresh even.
Couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
What? Oh yes, right. It was in some old books.
Breaking Free is the most popular song from Neo on Spotify. Yeah, I don't use that. I downloaded them all manually. I've not listened to it yet, just on the off chance, because I believe there's one more song I still don't have in game. So I assume another day might throw something crazy at us. So I have it downloaded. I've not listened to it yet.
I see, old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit ID number dropped on the Neo. See the victim really on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did what he did.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
When we saw him, it was the man on the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything!
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman in those terrifying intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. It seems that they're telling the truth here. The best part is they barely talk about Tweeby and only mention how rebellious P5 is. Oh man. Guys, P5 is so fucking edgy. Edgy ass takes in Persona 5. Such as corrupt politicians are bad. It really makes you think about the intrinsic value of mankind and stuff.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife.
I love Persona 5 for the record. I love Persona 5. I don't think it's not the best game ever made, and I'm very sick of baby's first RPG people thinking it's anything more than what it actually is. Which is just a pretty darn good JRPG. It's not a fucking statement.
Now please continue.
P5 got way too popular. Not to go all constable whatever his name is and be a hipster. But yeah, P5 got way too much attention, and it's just kind of soured the entire mood of the franchise. Persona 5. This is the Persona 5 of the Persona 5.
Yes, sir.
P5R is better, obviously. But that's mostly because of one character. Them improving one character to a substantial degree, I will fully admit, does not excuse any of the other inherent story problems with the stuff that was already in the base game, and it sure as hell doesn't fix the new problems, because Royal also added a shit ton of new problems. Yeah, Persona 4 got milked. Like, Persona 4 took off. Persona 4 got popular, got all the spin-offs, but, like, good god. At least with Persona 4, the worst the fandom gets is people who don't understand Kanji and Naoto's arcs, and insist on, you know, leading people to believe that their arcs are not what they actually are. That's all I'll say. We're not going to get into that whole thing again. Also, I don't want to spoil anyone, I guess. Not that I've been very bad about that, whatever. But with Persona 4, like, it's at least contained. Persona 5, it's everything. Persona 5, you've straight up got young fucking underage children who I'm not sure why they play the goddamn game in the first place, because it's rated M. For a reason. Tell their parents, please. All these goddamn underage fucking Zoomers who take everything Persona 5 has to say about life completely at face value. Like, yeah, let's start a real fan of thieves. Let's dox people who don't like ships we don't like. Or vice versa. You know what? No, they do both. They're that stupid. Dox somebody for agreeing with them. Ugh.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Why? Oh, yeah, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the crime scene is a task of considerable importance.
I was gonna say, yeah, Stu, if you really want to stretch it, they both have the theme of changing your fate. But, like, even that is kind of a stretch for P5.
That's why I said Patricia, you see, I told her where I find the police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to what deals, who deals with what. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat of the incident fell under, so she could go and report. Yeah.
I ran there as quickly as I could. I asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more important than a young couple in love working together, you know.
P5 never even finished its own plot narrative and instead told us that our keep our heads down and Big Brother will forgive and forget. Kind of. Yeah, actually. Yeah. No, Persona 5 absolutely it's like that one episode of Star Trek where Riker falls in love with a genderless alien. And the producers were like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be our message show. This is supposed to be our message show on same-sex couples and why they're still valid. And it's like, that's great. So it's like, you've got something to say, but you're whispering it in a quiet little tone. Because the ultimate way around it is, okay, yes, they're genderless aliens, but sometimes they're born with urges to feel gender, and this one feels compelled to identify as a woman. So you have an LGBT allegory with a guy who considers himself a man, and an alien that considers themselves a woman. And it's just like, okay. You have something to say, but you're whispering it in a hushed tone and never actually really deliver on anything you set up. Persona 5's the same way. It has a lot of very mature concepts. I see why younger kids are stupid and think it's edgy and correct, and take everything it says at face value. But in the actuality, it pussies out. It brings up all these complex themes and then doesn't do anything with them or takes easy solutions. That got epitomized. Like, that got further delved home with Strikers, with what they did with Ichinose, because it was the same thing. It was a much more extreme version of it. But, yeah. No, I've harped on this enough. This is Ace Attorney, that's all that matters. We'll see you later. Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making me blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
Surely you wouldn't be able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Our hunters have exceptional eyesight, you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps is more than enough. And my husband already told you the fog was light, didn't he?
Ah, yeah? What of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those stuff who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is what it is. It's what it's thick. You can't even see the hand of your own arm.
Hey, alright, I take your point. Now, can you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
P5 is your favorite game of all time, and even you know it's far from perfect, Stu, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's a great game. I love it. It's on my 5x5. But it is not the pinnacle of writing that a lot of people think it is, that's all.
What? Oh, yeah, I was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes. the tout mouth, the stub nose. Unmistakable, sir.
As far as a couple testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. So Seki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Cute art to see the pain.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, of course. What is it? Oh, that's very cute art. Holy shit. Ryuji and Morgana ruined Haru. They did. They absolutely did. Haru got the shaft in terms of screen time and got completely overshadowed in her own introduction arc. It's bad.
Why do you keep asking all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
What? No, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? I know what I told. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even though I decided to give him for something else. For a minute, what he would pay.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like an opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss B. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
You gotta shoot yourself in the foot, aren't you? Uh-huh. 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 America, explain!
Objection.
Got too big for your britches, ma'am. You're saying there were 4 books she's digging her own grave, yeah. For the record, if you are... if you are ever accused of anything, regardless of guilt or innocence, just friendly tip. The more information you can provide, regardless of whether it points less towards you or not, the more information you can provide, the more suspicious you are. Never, ever freely give out extra details without prompting.
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of once you're somebody, what's at earnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy something.
Are they also not the right titles? If they're not the right titles on top of everything else, I swear to God. Like, once again, the planets aligning on this one. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But, no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
Sorry?
It's that big old lip of a dead body. The lady so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember the poor woman's dead, even if we're insulting her size. Aww, Ryunosuke's a good boy. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your sure tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Ah, evidence.
Counsel, will you present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it? What proof do you have that you should not drop 4 books?
What do I have? The receipt. I was gonna say, we didn't take a picture of his study or anything, but what's the receipt say? Yeah, even this only says 3. I can't tell. I forget if those are the same titles or not. Not even sure if it's even the same ones. I think they are. But yeah. I will get some sip stars. Sketch update complete. You drew them stars? Let me see. Hey, bestie. How you doing? Oh, also, Chloe, if you're still here, the screenshot of him pointing at me. It's pretty good. Aww. Oh, they're cute. You don't FF7, but you keep seeing Tifa with short hair and she looks so much like older Kairi. Again, Nomura's never-ending quest to make every female character he draws look the same. Every girl has to look like Tifa, every boy has to look like Roxas.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books?
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No!
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means your powers of observation, madam, can't be relied upon. Grrr! Ooh! So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no 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 no!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well. A fact that you know very well. You no longer have hope of disproving.
Been lost in thought whether or not to draw a lewd Nagi fan art, but you now respect Nagi a lot not to do it. You respect Nagi too much to lewd her. Aww. Nagi was so fucking good. You went to urgent care yesterday? You said you'd have to wait 3 to 4 hours before getting seen. That's urgent care for you. Yep, it's bullshit.
So you've striven to avert attention from that of the dint caused by... You've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. And now we're in jail. Would that be fair?
Ah, he sees right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Yeah, I have an appointment with the doctor, but that's not till August 25th. God damn, dude. Jesus. That sucks.
Woo! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say?
Allow me to present another one that shows the victim's hand.
I don't believe this. It's the 4th book. There are still only 3 on his receipt, though. How the fuck you explain that one?
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
Oh, come the fuck on. No!
Order! Order!
Before the game's released, you want to do it. After the game, you don't want to do it. I was gonna say, yeah, he's fine. We don't need to be in jail. He said he just thought about it.
There, you see? Look at that! Look, 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 look!
Yeah?
Just like I said, this is my darling.
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Yeah, I'd have to get urgent care super early or wait until the appointment. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how much it's bothering you. Which one's gonna be the better option?
All right. Order in the court. Bring in the dancing lobsters.
I will have order. You have to use bits to have order.
Let us study the receipt for the books in question, for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question.
God.
Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lequac.
What's it, earrings?
Canterbury earnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court just heard, the witnesses remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Here, that for the gentleman pay me a compliment.
Yes, sir, absolutely flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. Canon's character art. We were robbed. Was she even hotter originally? What the fuck? Rude. But there are still only 3 books on the receipt for Miss... There were still only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is which is shown in the photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that to the aforementioned photographic print of the court, please. My pleasure, my lord.
Book title The Lion's Pride. I'm watching you, fucking maid lady. Who's not really a maid. Yeah. You posted in the last video. I want to see. Cool, cool. Oh, I missed a thing, didn't I? How Leo the Lion learned how to roar? You know what? Maybe.
The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain.
Oh my god! Holy shit, yeah, I much prefer with the longer hair. Oh my god, yeah, we were robbed. Yeah, the goth one's a little weird. But I really like the long-haired one. God damn.
Your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? Walked right into that one, didn't I?
You see, everything I said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, pet. Marry me, pet.
So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already?
Yeah, the wife being a juror is extra concerning now. You're still in disbelief that someone brought me that book? Like I said, I'll just start adding a bunch of random shit to the to the wish list. You never know, even if it's not for the channel. Granted, that was hell, but he literally said he was gonna do it. But hey, if on the off chance it gets me a Gojo figure or a Cosmo statue,
I will do whatever it takes. You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position.
Can I check one thing before we even proceed? To see if I'm right. Okay, no, it is. Okay, I was thinking, I probably should have known that after we actually got the name of the book, but yeah. The off chance that she was holding one that was still on the receipt.
Look at this! The book's been badly burned. I wonder how that could have happened.
You're right, never be able to read in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book? about lions recently damaged by fire. I am the Yankee Doodle sweetheart. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do we do now? It'd be a very big leap in be a very big leap in logic to bring that up now, because we only have our own experience and no physical evidence to talk about with it. So I guess just wait and see for now. Knowing my life, that's not going to become pertinent until way, way later. Should we burn the Leo Lion book after we're done with it? No, we can't do that. It's part of our history. Ear doesn't even feel like it anymore. Which is where you still can't hear. It doesn't feel strange. Yeah, it just means they're getting used to it. That's bad. Can't wait till Monday. Me neither. I'm very excited to finish Ed and Eddie. Ed and Eddie. Can't forget, there's two Eds. There are two Eds. I should just keep quiet for now and see what happens.
Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture. In which case...
Mr. Naruhodo, was I not clear? The case for the defense is in great danger.
Yeah, I realized that, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip of my trembling brow in silence. You're so right, I'm sorry. If I don't say anything now, it'll be over. We'll end well for us. Can't let that happen. Okay. Now wait, the defense?
Objection.
The defense will have to wait. Because that sapless hesitation cannot go unpunished.
Oh, fuck off. So it forces a but thou must, but it still takes away a point. Oh, that's evil. Isn't your derisive finger-pointing punishment enough?
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast.
That is also one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek.
There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what else to say.
If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For lowly judicial systems to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Ed and Eddie is the name of the show after Double D. Finally had enough and left, oh dear.
Oh. Well, that's fucking rude, sir.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we overlooked in this matter that you see to pursue further?
I cannot talk today, oh my god.
Well, the court's been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yeah, I got it. I'm way ahead of you. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well.
I was gonna say, yeah, no one's technically changed their verdict yet. Technically, if it ended right now, yeah, we'd win. But I'm guessing they'd have like a last, like, oh, anyone want to change their minds? And they'd all flop.
The defendant may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Let's see, is there anything else on it? Besides the burn? No.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, Counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist to elaborate, Counsel. Will you identify the clue at once? Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, sure, my lord. Absolutely, it's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution's trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
So, Counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals?
Recent use of the Avatar live action? No, I didn't even know another live action was happening, actually. I've never watched Avatar all the way through. Because I'm a heathen.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What are you? Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Oops.
You'll fucking pay for a group watch of Avatar. It's honestly mad. That was my impression, based on what little I watched of it. I only caught like a couple of episodes randomly, like very sporadically as it was airing.
Unnatural, you say, and what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh.
Were I to conclude the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, to enlighten us all, what truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. An outside chance, certainly, but it's worth a try. Night, Sue, you have a good one. Death to Saber, whatever that is. Alright, I'll just explain my theory. Pretty sure one of your favorite episodes is the school one. Yeah, I don't, like I said, it's gonna be interesting, because I don't think I watched any of the school ones.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting you can ascertain from the fire damage to this sorry Thomas suffered?
Are we gonna go straight? Are we gonna make a beeline? Are we gonna make a beeline for what the actual point? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping in her hand as she fell to the floor. It's obviously hers.
The question how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. Oh, I would love a Wolf Orphanok Hello Kitty. That's adorable. I have no idea why this exists. Oh wait, no, Fives did have a collab. I forgot Fives totally did have a collab with what's it called? The goddamn, it had a collab with My Little Pony. Jesus. My brain is dead today. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, The defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Show the court. Who do you claim is the owner of this book?
This is what I'm kind of worried here, actually. Because I believe he's the owner. He's the one who actually likes lions and has all the books, right? But she's on the jury, so do we need to ease into her or what? I was gonna say the fact that Godzilla mixed up Avatar, the James Cameron movie, with with The Last Airbender. Oh my god. Who's the owner? Don't overthink it? Yeah.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords.
And whether or not this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for this jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be much easier if you would just drop the pretense. You think either one could have worked there? I'm not sure, but hey. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the of all the books he keeps, sir.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
That's not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Right to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye. Whole place filled up with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Furniture started blowing up as well. Worst is, I lost my favorite. My favorite book, The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title is the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it'd make more sense if I told you the cause of the fire was marital discord. Who even fucking remembers the James Cameron movie at this point? Like, it's such a mediocre film, and he keeps talking about how he's gonna make more sequels, and yet there haven't been any. Like, who even cares about that Avatar at this point? I just think of the cartoon. I don't even like the cartoon, but, like, I always think of that first. Without going into details, it appears Miss Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. His name is James Cameron.
Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rory?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. I saw it in theaters twice. Just because I was hyped for, you know, something that wasn't Titanic to be the top-grossing movie in the world or whatever. I saw it once regularly, and then I actually saw it again in 3D. And I hate seeing 3D movies, but that movie's visuals are very pretty. So I saw it a second time in 3D with my grandma.
Had all my favorite old novels in the case. As soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Well, I started hurling things at me. There I was, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozens.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a perfectly serviceable film. It's just not groundbreaking. And once you get past how pretty the visuals are, there's pretty much nothing of substance to fall back on in it.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
I was gonna say, I'm confused. Was a window broken? I can't remember.
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of Garandem's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garandem household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open in the time...
Not even remotely! Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Then how do you think it got there, dude? Why are we hyperfixating on how it got... Why are we hyperfixating on this idea that it was thrown out the window? How the fuck did it get there then, Shirley Temple?
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim the book found at the scene of the crime was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garandem's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, yeah.
That's quite enough.
Is the hubby here? Oh, no.
That's quite enough. Well, I hope everyone can see you for what you are, you little foreigner trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really? I'm the mean one. You beat the shit out of your crippled war vet husband. I'm the mean one.
Claiming your little tiff set off the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Imply that I'm merely posting as me for our parents' sake. How could you? Has nothing to do with this basic case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging up a standing citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
You just hit the guy next to you, too. What the fuck, bitch?
Turn right.
Here we go.
How long we have sat here now listening to this Nipponish fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. He ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Where am I? I'm old.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Von Cheeks? In truth, my lords, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to save the best vintage.
No way! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
He's so flexible.
If books are your if books are your predelication, my friend, study them on your own time.
What, no forgive the discourtesy this time?
Sorry, not sorry. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty. Guilty.
His voice is strangely high-pitched for such a burly guy.
for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up!
Mrs. Otto?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. It's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Have fun with 0-1, bestie.
Oh no! No! Frack. How many parts? I know the case only takes course over 1 day, but how many actual parts is it broken up into? Can't wait to rant about it on Monday. Oh, I look forward to it. Who's to say? Is this another situation where the length is potentially a spoiler in and of itself? Okay, how can I, where are we in terms of the case? We're on a second summation examination. Okay, how can I phrase this where I won't get a spoilery answer? You honestly don't know? Oh, okay. Do we think we should continue tonight, basically? Like, is this kind of a natural good stopping point where we can... Is this a natural, like, just good stopping point and we can finish it tomorrow? No, 3 parts? Okay. You think it's finishable, to be honest? Okay, alright, 3 parts, then we can keep going a little bit.
I considered the defense counsel's request for further summation examination of the jury, and I determined the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
I won't push myself. I'm good.
So, counsel, you will now proceed to your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? Way on, my lord!
Yeah, if I start to get exhausted, yeah, we'll stop.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you to clearly and concisely state for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel or alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dairy me was only one little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes.
Okay, once again, half of them giving irrelevant information.
Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems.
Do you know what that word means? Tangible? There's literally even more irrelevant ones than the last time, you fuck.
With one notable exception,
More like half. The fucking lady's talking to herself. I believe she's talking more about the fact that she's not a bitch for throwing books at her husband than about the fact that it couldn't have gone through the window or whatever. And then the other 2 are still spouting irrelevant shit.
my learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
You know, I was thinking this might be hard.
Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this will really be where the trial ends.
No pressure.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you're prepared, Counsel.
Yep. Yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind. Open up your senses. Clearly, the key to summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or I should say Miss Garrideb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
Must be a way to link the two. Yeah, that's what we have to find. We see every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the findings other people say.
Oh, is that going to be a thing again? Blasting Neo sound. Welcome back, Minato. Yeah. I've still held off. I did download the entire soundtrack, but I've not listened to it at all, because there is still one music track missing on the menu. Probably on another day. Okay, nobody's reacting, just from that. So I'm guessing I have to press.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know!
There's no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb!
Well, he brought upon himself! It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love!
That's right, I'll hear a ding.
Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. I'm just not sure if it's bad enough to throw fire at someone. I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrideb.
Never mind you that. The point is we have just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. I won't have any more of these suggestions that I have anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Give juror number 5 a band-aid, please. We'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garrideb's relentless onslaughts.
Almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Oh.
Hold it!
You know this bitch? Is she actually cheating on him? With this strapping young man? You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, me and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, Anna. If I don't bring home some readings with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Wait a fucking minute. I swear to fucking God, what's this guy's name? Do we have a name for all the jury? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. We don't, god damn it. No name. He's just juror 5. Aww. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know what's funny? I can't quite remember. I'm sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat would ever be dragged into the themes by a scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Okay, so he'll probably also have a reaction to something. You heard a fire. Is he the missus? Are you two very progressive?
Hold it!
Yeah, we need someone call Frat, please. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability of this case?
Sorry, what was that? You have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. I had 75 candles on the top of it. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh. Japan don't celebrate birthdays like that. I'm kind of shocked Britain did, even. I thought that was a newer tradition. Demon summoning birthday. I'm down.
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out. The candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled up with smoke.
Fireplace sounds like a devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How'd you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless their souls, threw water over me as I tried to put out the flames. And that because the whole room had filled up with the smoke, of course. We had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows.
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in a hospital for a while. Won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Even this old man story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it.
Yep. Once again, juror statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of us seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments.
I think you're gonna need to pin them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yep. Don't actually need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. Okay.
That's the spirit.
What did his change to? Oh, his never changed. What the fuck? Will this work? Like, I don't know, like, we're glossing over this so easily just because this lady had a bitch shit. I get that she's a jury member. She shouldn't have been a jury member, but, like, we never actually answered, like, the possibility if the windows could have been opened or not. We really glossed over that. The first juror is the dude from the third case, yes. You'd have to open a window, bruh.
Objection.
These two juror statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, Counsel?
I was gonna say, yeah, if the room was burning, I'd open a window. That's actually been a huge issue. My house actually doesn't have any windows that open. So this is why I hated, this is one of the reasons I hated living with my fucking sister. Because she would consistently burn popcorn on purpose, because she liked the way it tasted better, and it would take the house fucking forever to air out, since we couldn't open any windows. It's a fucking nightmare. You gotta open windows when that shit happens. Night-night, Godzilla.
How exactly, Counsel?
Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! Suspiciously specific denial.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up!
Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? Also, Uber popcorn fucking right? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Excuse me, burnt popcorn fucking right? You see what I mean? You see why I don't like her? Besides the whole grandma punching thing? She was awful in general. Yeah. She claimed that the popcorn tasted better burnt, so she would deliberately, like, leave it to overcook for, like twice as long. And the entire kitchen would fucking reek afterwards. Between that and the pot, I literally could not breathe upstairs. I hated it. Why, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then he'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. You're sorry, wait, grandma punching? Oh yeah, Monado, were you not here for that story? Yeah. It was quote-unquote accidental. She was aiming for me. She was aiming for me, and my grandma was trying to step in the middle because she didn't want us fighting. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire at the Garadeb household. Also pot. Yes, you heard me. Again, and for the record, once again, if you smoke pot, I have nothing against you. You live whatever lifestyle you choose. A lot of people use it for recreation or for medical purposes. That is perfectly fine. I just don't want to smell it. It makes me violently ill, and I don't want it in my house or to be around it ever. Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Ow, my hat!
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, you got something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb!
How dare you, me? What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was practically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire. You can't go into some stores because the pot is so bad. Stars, it's awful. Yeah. Yeah, that and regular smoke in general bothers me a lot. Like I used to love going to bingo with my grandma. Like we used to go regularly to a place relatively nearby, but I literally had to stop going because for some fucking reason, you know how it is. Old ladies play bingo and old ladies like to smoke. And for some stupid fucking reason, the bingo place we went to, they decided that we'll have a non-smoking section, but we'll put it in the very back of the building. So that even if you want to sit there, you have to walk through the fucking rows upon rows of people lighting up to get to it. And I just couldn't deal with it anymore. Even in moderation. So fucking bad.
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It'd be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added Miss Garadeb's formal statement. Now you mentioned it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clearly forgotten, but it's true.
Smokey also ruins PC fans, yeah. Okay, so they agree now. They both got new stuff. So I can press both of them again. It's still not getting a clear picture, yeah.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book, The Lion's Pride, the same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb said he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you can pick up and throw whatever you lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing the book, much less the title of it.
Why would that of all things trigger you, dude?
Excuse me.
What is it, your number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. Huh. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it off, let him back.
Who are you calling Granny a cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garradevil, the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me he's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Why is that in Zelda text? It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I couldn't hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, sticking to the wall next to me it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. The theme of this case is that you should never ever get married ever. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Did she actually fucking throw a knife too and somehow hit the woman in the perfect way to knock her out?
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Ah, no, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people. It's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. I dare not. At the very least, that seems to be what we're going with for now. Good God. Please don't shoot me, Susato-san. This cannot be the actual explanation. That's fucking insane. It's also still way too early if this case is 3 parts. But hey. Look, a distraction!
Objection!
These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief! You mean they don't contradict... They don't even contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once! Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garradeb's room from the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garradeb household to the street below. Hey, what's that now? Yeah, teenagers suck and marriages suck. After all, Mrs. Garradeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of the book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now listen to me, you Eastern Gouda. As a foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. It's a bold accusation to make, but I haven't read any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try and explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garradeb household to the scene of the crime was... Now that I'm thinking about it, didn't we even find a similar-looking knife in the house? I can't remember for sure. I might be crazy. Either way, this is happening way too soon, so I doubt it conveniently stabbed her in the back. I'm assuming just somebody else happened by, or I don't know. Maybe she slipped on a piece of hamburger and stabbed herself in the back.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb.
What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Ah! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man!
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Miss Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that that book was found in the victim's grasp!
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh! Even my missus ain't got aim like that. Yeah, I admit, there are many details that we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Am I?
Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
And who can say where the road goes?
My lord!
I wish to change my decision.
Man down! Man down!
Mr. Obama! Mr. Obama, get down! I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, man.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. Breakdown, breakdown.
Shining justice burning in me.
We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, result of the defense summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue.
I was gonna say took them all down except for her. Or wait, no, the old man still didn't press his either. What the hell? What's wrong, old man? You fall asleep? You forget where you are?
Now then, Lord Von Zeese, how does the prosecution wish to respond? By getting Frunkhead dizzy up in the clizab, of course. Who's fucking surprised? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Do the thing. Do the thing.
Like a corked wine when the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing to save the gutter. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb residence runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that distance from the Garadeb household to the crime scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards? Around 14 meters.
14 meters? That's a little further than I imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend?
Maybe?
And did the jackknife follow near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think.
I don't know, man. That explanation was somehow apparently acceptable in Danganronpa V3. Ba-boom. Also tea time.
Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Real life issues escalated? Oh shit, stars. Oh no. Hope everything's okay. Stay safe. Case 1, no. Case 3. Case 3. Remember when they tried to argue that Tenko's stabbing was completely accidental or some bull? I forget exactly what happened. There was some bullshit with like the positioning of getting stabbed from under the floorboards. That was complete horseshit that pissed me off. I can't even remember. People in the comments on YouTube argued about it a lot. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Miss Susato!
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
The seesaw. Yes, the wee snaw. Yes, that one. Maybe let's pick our battles here. That part was quite a puzzle. It wasn't, though. People kept proposing alternate explanations when it was so fucking obvious what happened. Their alternate scenarios would require the fucking planets aligning in every different direction.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
God, Case 3 is garbage. What is it with Case 3s? Not even just Ace Attorney. Ugh.
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider that idea a fantasy. But what the defense postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. As such, the court has a duty to explore the alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4.
V3 killers and their playground equipment. It's... oh, God. I may have to rethink. What was it I promised? I promised that if we reached 3,000, or milestone 3, by the time Decadence comes out, we'll do a community live dub of all 3. I'm second guessing my decision just thinking about that case. That case alone, that's not even my biggest problem with the game. The final case is thinking about maybe it should just be the first 2. Maybe it should just be the good ones.
She must be called upon to submit a cross-examination.
Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? That's illegal. Probably should have investigated her connection to the case beforehand. Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Von Zeeks? There are already witnesses to the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have been thrown in the sky in the cup before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well... Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I even slept for a month on account of the villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting to tell you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witness to testify again. State whatever forthwith before the court. Any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation for revenge.
At least someone's happily married.
Yes, sir.
That's the Blues bait report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby's as good as his word. Is good for his word, even. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top hinged casements.
Obviously, if it hadn't been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I didn't leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty roadie here was make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
I'm sorry, but...
You know, maybe your wives are trying to kill you and they're no longer being quirky and you need some serious counseling. But that's none of my business.
What the fuck is a top-hinged casement window?
And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance for such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course I can't. Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. Garrett's room.
All right, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But it's a top-hinged casement window. It swings open along the upper edge, you see.
Glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window is a most prominent feature. Is it stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount?
It prevents it from opening? That seems kind of counterintuitive, but
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the top window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down the pavement below.
No!
You see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be!
Did you see that, Rhodey? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rhodey, you're so strong. Not like that wimpy twink.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
Case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Garrett. Believe me, Linda Bobby good for a word. I read this already.
Hi, Dusk. Something happened? Are you asking about the game, or did something happen to you? If you're asking about the game, Case 4 is, it's going. I have no idea.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrett without consulting you, even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Oh, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrett. If we're gonna get the truth of this matter.
Do you really think so?
Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens. Miss Garrett's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? A kitten entered your house and your dog, well, oh no. Oh, don't finish that story, Dusk, please. I don't need to know that.
Then there was Miss Scaredad's reaction to me showing her the knife.
The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
I need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or the other, I swear.
Yes.
I just fucking remember the fact that we met 2 other characters. the fucking jester-looking motherfucker, LaBelle. Like, how the hell are they gonna play into this? Yeah, I have my doubts that we can finish this tonight. There's way too much other stuff going on. Didn't need to know that either, Gamrick.
Hold it!
According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, patrolling there was shrinking along gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star.
I'm sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can I guide you to answer my fucking questions?
Playing book could obviously cut across the sky. It would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Ronnie be an expector, I would have said 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, that's correct, sir. Sure as the sky in London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
I have to press literally everything. I hate.
Hold it!
Oh, congrats on your Hubert, Ken. You said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on rolling speeds, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
Someone told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. I love a woman who never knows where she's going.
Oh, Padoli! We mixed up our voices, don't worry about it.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes? But like I said, Ronnie was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but True Bobby's never really off duty, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I swear that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. What, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's part was originally in the Garrett M household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? She even kind of looks like Miss Pinky. Yes! Oh my god, you can actually tell it was Miss Pinky Dusk. Hey! Swiggity swag. I'm not as terrible as I thought. Can you shed light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
No, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in Lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? Something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Mistress how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Okay, so I probably have to get some other piece of information from the earlier statements. They're gonna react to something eventually. I keep seeing the things. Or maybe a new one. I don't like this mechanic either, for the record. The fact that sometimes they'll only have, like, follow-up statements or reactions after something else gets stated. If that is what's gonna happen now.
Hold it!
I'll check the older ones first, though. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It's the noble founding principles of the Force written here on as a reminder of us policemen to our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common man. It's what the job's all about. This is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you what Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. So.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly!
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
I threw up in my mouth a little bit. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Oh, I see, sir. Just as earlier, sir.
Yeah, well, so can you answer that question? Waste of time.
Absolutely, sir. Will answer to my fullest ability, sir. Surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute couldn't be related to this case. Before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yeah?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the Great British Institute of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us to London Bobbies and tell us how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just got here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant for your pursuit. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try. Oh my. So did you break a rule then? Useless, huh? I doubt it. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with his initial investigations and help detectives. 20 miles, 20 miles. Nothing sticks out to me as contradicting anything. I'm sure it'll matter. I'm sure it'll be important later somehow. But unless I'm just completely brain dead by now, which is a possibility. Nothing strikes me as odd. There's the fact that he didn't stay and help with the investigation, I guess? Maybe? Or, no. Because that's right, it wasn't technically his beat, so it was the other officer who stayed behind. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna end up being important, but... obviously it is.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside that room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Okay, so kinda on the right track, you did. Even though it wasn't technically your beat. What's so funny, ma'am?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss Beat?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. You really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman. Mrs. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it happened on Rory's beat. Or didn't happen on Rory's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh, yes, that's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rory's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable B! So, two different sides of the same street or a separate beat? That seems dumb. But okay.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see.
Huh. Really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's household? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road. We would never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rody for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Yeah, what? Of course.
You're doubting us again, aren't you? I can tell.
Go ahead. Screw yourself over by offering too much deep information again, ma'am. I wasn't really, wait, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see the wife of a policeman, but I don't want my word I am.
I was gonna say, yeah, the good Lord let that woman get stabbed. unintentional takeaway from that. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, if you let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Bean, I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of the least resistance is the sage one.
Very loud mutter.
I heard that. The Japanese man thinks policeman's wife's words comes for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might need to get away with something like that, but for my role, he won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please. I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be out to say, I wonder?
Something that will probably immediately be screwed over with the new evidence.
You know what I saw? My eyes never let me down. My direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Did she fucking mix up the streets? Did she fucking somehow mix up which beat was his? Briar Road, East Side, reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Miss Speed, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it that evening. I saw it clearly. Little Easterner with the whiskers and the funny carved back working away from the scene.
Ah.
And you know what I didn't see as well? I didn't see any female knives are flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arguments to meet Foley. Arrangements, even.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, there a problem?
No, no, it's no problem, sir.
Did your arrest remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
No, well, in a way, sir, yeah. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd been back in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15.
Oh, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
I'm sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rhodey's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies and found it in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yeah, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it anywhere else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh, shit.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Speed about the bouquet.
Miss Beat, bouquet you just mentioned. Like you add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Is this a direct reference? Because it kind of feels like it. All of the cases are based off of actual Sherlock Holmes stories, right? Or at least I believe they have been so far.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When I ran over and I saw it with a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked and dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streets weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first.
And then you went to the police box and reported to the policeman whose speed it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was off the for a moment when I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me. I'd go over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how I got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow got moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? That the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me. A change in the gutter, so he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. The bouquet won above our anniversary with all bits and change found in the gutter. I have to keep satisfying that part.
Maybe just call it a fucking rose.
Tell us, Lord Von Zieks, where did you come by this flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay there where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, the rose should be added to the court as evidence. Ooh.
So I'm guessing in actuality the body was moved. I have no idea how they managed that, but...
But it's a symbol of our love! I want it back after the trial, you hear me? I want it back! Good grief, rest assured, I shall do my very best to not forget this feat.
Oh, this feels like a reach. I feel like this isn't gonna work. Night, Spice, you have a good one. I probably won't go too much longer. I'm starting to... starting to wear thin. With the voices and the whatnot. I feel so stupid right now. Yeah, I'm trying to get through their testimony at least, yeah. Right, if you mean the end of part 2, I don't know. Depends on how far away it is. I don't know if the end of their testimony will be it or not. Okay, yeah, you dropped it. Or wait. I don't know. I'm confused what we're arguing here, not gonna lie. I'm just gonna trash it and save skim if I have to.
Objection.
Nope. Inconsistencies, I guess. Nope. Never mind.
The only damning inconsistency is your face, you filthy 11!
Damning tongue, too.
You invited, sure.
Always go with my first guess. Is it just gonna be the bouquet?
Objection.
Nope. Yeah, I have no first guess. I briefly thought maybe the bouquet. And then was like, no. Did I check the bouquet? I did not. Of course I didn't. I don't want to go the rest of the trial with only one. Screw it. Very stylish paper it's wrapped in. That is a fucking newspaper. It's literally an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. God, I'm dying. Mr. Naruhodo. I appreciate Sasas's on solidarity right now. Oh, I guess it's not because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
I see.
Something wrong?
Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped up a stone-baked sweet potato in an English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Sasasa-san, you do love your cakes. Does she? That sure is a character quirk. An English rose, it's beautiful. I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yep, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out at least a little bit, learn some that aren't fruit-based. Just a thought.
There doesn't seem to be anything on this worth examining. in before there somehow is. Like I said, I don't even know what we're trying to argue. Like, it's clearly something with, like, the wrong side of the road. And I guess either they fucked up the report in the first place, or the body got moved. I don't even know.
Objection.
Well, that's fucking it. Yeah, I have no idea. I will happily take a hint. Why aren't you letting me skip? Invisible attacker's been troubling me, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. This is my way of telling me that I have the information I need, I'm sure. Right evidence, wrong statement, which one? I presented like 5 things. Make sure I'm scared I was hiding something from us. Becoming increasingly clear, someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I may already be armed with everything I need to. Yeah, I get it, I'm stupid.
Objection.
Please explain how this makes sense. You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. Whatever do you mean? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Oh, she did say she dropped it by the side. Okay. The actual description was not as... the actual description on it was not as specific. Okay. Yeah, she did drop it. I thought she just saying she dropped it and they were going to say, oh, she dropped it across the street or whatever, but no. Okay. Alrighty.
Objection!
That's why I was fucking confused. Yeah, see, I would have appreciated this being a little more specific about where exactly she was when she dropped it. Like, maybe she said that when she first brought it up, but I couldn't remember. Yeah, just saying, yeah, she dropped it right next to the victim. I guess that would have made it too obvious. She did say it? Okay, yeah, I missed that part.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown into the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager!
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me! It has nothing to do with the case! That's why Ronnie didn't mention it, I'm sure!
That's not the issue here. Sadly, it's not only what your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrodeb's book. Mr. Garrodeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife. It would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. At least I'm not blaming the game. Did somebody else blame the game for that one? Yeah, no, that one's on me. I'll blame the game a lot, but that one's on me for missing her specifying that before. I do wish it was on the record. I do think it's a little messed up that it wasn't on the record, but hey, at least it was there. And yeah, if it had been, then I would have picked up on it. I would have understood what we were trying to argue a little better. I knew what we were getting at. I had the general idea, but I'm just like, how does this prove it necessarily? No logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them. Okay, so we are arguing that they moved the body.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like Ronnie's done something wrong. Don't you listen to what that scrawny lawyer says? Whittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking is what it is.
I'm guessing he moved it so that it wouldn't ruin their anniversary. Like, he just took advantage of the fact that she's bad with directions and just fucking lied to her face. And said it was another officer's beat. Oh, good. She's come around. Yay. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Garrett. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had the cost to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying was responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
It was Suzato-san, obviously. I'm sorry, Rory, I know you had good reasons, but...
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rory Beat, it was you.
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would everybody do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband! Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London!
Phrasing.
My Rory doesn't like the Dickens!
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes or so you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up, it's nonsense, it's all lies! What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? If it was him, he did it!
Objection!
If that were true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Ooh!
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right! But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all! So I would have anything to hide! It doesn't make sense! You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. And that's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you made a very serious accusation against your London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. Irrevocably. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide Where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That's what the spot we had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We touched it from the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here. As if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone's been led to believe. But in fact, this isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What? I begin to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Neponies friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening?
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrodeb's book fell directly down from the window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
How the fuck did he manage to forget the bouquet? Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Von Zeke said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only this bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rory Beat. Rolly, not Rory. Rory's an actual name.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly!
Not that, Rory.
It's true, isn't it? What, it isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know.
Another marriage that's about to be in shambles. Love is fake, kids. Love no one.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything came out. Everything exposed.
This is not a dream, my friend, and it will never end. This one is the nightmare that goes on.
Only it seems. It wasn't a dream at all, was it?
Good golly!
Oops.
Now you're yawning, JC. Suffer. Suffer with me.
Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Ronnie, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one, too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why did you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have one possible explanation. It involves the power of love. For why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move to the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know?
Have you not figured it out, bruh? Do you not know about the power of love? Do you need me to show you?
You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Von Cheeks is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory.
He knows not of frivolous things like love. Oh no, we can't have that.
Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unexcusable actions?
Can I present people? I can't present people. I feel dumb. I feel... How abstract are we getting here, if it's not just the person? Is it the bouquet because it's a symbol of their love? Or is it just the fact that are we going with ethos or logos? Are we going with the bouquet because he did it for love? Or are we going with the card because, obviously, he did it for love, but that's specifically why? Because it was the other guy's beat. Warrant card probably makes more sense, especially because the bouquet was just used. We'll go with the card. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Take that!
Logos, motherfucker! I realize I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I didn't know they were called bobbies. I've been calling them Mitch. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Ew. God. Man, fuck Troy. Fuck the Delta variant.
Keeping the peace, looking after citizens ought to be in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet. My lord. See, we had to presenting the bouquet anyway, you see what I mean? They're kind of the same thing. It's just what brand of argument are we going with?
Oh, yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford a simple gift for his wife, and was looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog and collapsed on the pavement in front of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
My son, that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card the constable offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives.
Oh!
Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I never cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. Their criminal could be looking around somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized that where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime's discovered on a speed, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right on Meerschaum Street and then...
Now this guy I do feel bad for. Just the fact that there are such fucking grueling conditions. And it has to happen on this day of all days. You fucked up, because now you're gonna end up with jail time for tampering, probably, and possibly be kicked off the force. But I get it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted... just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly! Just that one night.
I was gonna say, yeah, these guys get, what was it, 3 days off a year? This happens on his wedding anniversary of all goddamn things, yeah. It's pretty sad.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, the evening of your celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
He's not evil, Pump. He just really, really loves his wife. He's absolutely not evil. He's the only happily married man in the world in this game, apparently.
You see, I thought... well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did! Otherwise, we would never have left the poor one on a freezing cold pavement.
I was gonna say that as well, yeah, I'm assuming he didn't check for a pulse or anything. Exactly, yeah, on top of his work conditions being fucking harsh as hell.
Yeah, I see your meaning now.
But God sent me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rudy, that was all my fault! I should never have dropped it in such a dark place! I'm so sorry, Rolly!
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely. 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garabadeb household, of course. What made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, so that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
I swear to God, if that's how this if that really is the conclusion we're leaning towards. So bitch wife was throwing shit out the window. The lady just happened to be walking by. She probably bent over to look at the fucking burning book, or maybe put it out or something, and then the knife fell on top. If it really is that comical in Looney Tunes, I swear to God. Lots of fucking Looney Tunes ass cases in this game so far. He's absolutely gonna lose his job. Like, I don't see how they would keep him on the force after this. He'll be lucky if that's all that happens. He'll be lucky to not get any jail time. You're sure it was this book, the Lion's Pride that the victim was holding? I was gonna say, yeah. We keep talking about the planets aligning. Planets align to ruin that lady's everything.
Yes, I know that's about it, sir.
Interesting.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see?
That's the other part. I'm especially lenient on this guy compared to people like, say, the fucking Edelgard lady. Because I'm damn sure that if he realized how crucial the fact that it happened under there was, like if he had noticed the book was burned or whatever, he probably would have second-guessed himself. He probably genuinely did not see any harm in moving it. Just like, oh, just someone else is investigating it. He didn't realize the entire outcome of the trial would depend on where it happened. Girl from the second game got off pretty light, all things. I was gonna say, yeah. Then again, people get off easy in these cases all the time. But this is also the 1900s, so I don't know. 1800. Do we have an exact date? I keep saying the 1800s, but I feel like it's a little. Some stuff seems a little too modern for quite that. He did it not even to protect his wife, just because he loved his wife, just because he felt bad that she was always alone from his ridiculous hours, and he wanted to just spend one fucking evening with her.
There were only two people at the scene, and Pat and I both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it. I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference.
Okay, we'll go easy on you. Only 10 lashings.
60 to 20 hours per day, yeah. Like 4 hours, 4 hours of sleep, being generous. Like, good God.
I suppose this is it for me now.
My lord. Yes, Lord Von Jeeks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rory? What will happen to him? The gallows, of course. For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable.
Sup?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Do you actually have any say on how harsh his punishment is?
Huh? Never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave now! Don't make me feel emotions! This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
I guess at the very least you can put in a good word for him. Aw. He has a heart.
Baka!
There's love in there somewhere. He knows. He gets it. Letting him keep his job. Apparently, like I said, I'm not sure how much, I'm not sure just one prosecutor telling him he can keep his job, has in the grand scheme of things. I don't think it's not like he works directly for Scotland Yard. I don't think that's how it works, but, at the very least, you can put in a good word for him, I assume.
Quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third-party translating the entire crime scene like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally.
That's true. He is Big Dick Prosecutor. His word might be enough.
That the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection.
That's no longer true, dog. The Evangelion film series is over. That's right, this is the end. Do you have any attachment to the series? None. Yeah, no, of course he doesn't. He clearly, after the way the fourth movie ended, fucking obviously he gives no shits. Only shits he gave was about money and pissing off his fans. Which again, I get it. Evangelion fans can be obnoxious. But good God. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already.
Lord Von Cheeks, is this true? Oh, pretty sneaky, sis. Very well. Name the person if you will. And if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetuated this crime.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Fan translation. Make sure you don't make the same mistake again. How did that make it clearer? I mean, I think it was pretty clear. Like, I mean, either way, I think either way the intent was clear. Like, either way, he's telling him, hey, just remember this for next time, as in you're keeping your job. I just meant it's not clear, like, how, I don't know how much sway he actually has in that final decision. I would think it'd be left up to a higher authority.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb.
May I, Derry, mate?
Objection!
I know it's illegal, but you fucking shouldn't have made her a juror in the first place.
That request has already been denied.
I was gonna say, yeah, also I don't know how happy to feel for him. Yeah, I get to keep the job that's killing me. I almost would have preferred he gotten fired and just gotten off with minimal jail time, if any. Because it's clearly killing him. The situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was concerned with his back against the wall. Upon striking the pane of the top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more thing, Miss Garrideb. Welcome back, bestie. The knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? It made you pass the fuck out before. It'd be very stupid for you to claim it you don't.
Ah! I don't recall it.
Why the fuck you lying? Why the fuck you always lying?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is all that regalia said. Members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Watch 401, how'd that go?
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
You've seen the debut of Zero too? Oh my god, I forgot that happened so late. What is this? Yeah, pretty much. That's what happened, exactly. Documented evidence right there. Von Zeeks! Tag team! Let's be bros! Clavier 2.0, let's fucking go.
Oh?
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process.
If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common little garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? So you straight up admit that you have one.
What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrideb.
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman. But it's okay to injure your husband? Lady.
So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you insist on this being my fault.
Fuck you and fuck your feelings. I want the truth.
You're going to have to prove that I threw the knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well, you're pretty sure all the scenes where Aruto, Yaya, that guy died was Zaya's doing? Yes, yeah. Yeah, they were all simulations run by Zaya. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? By any evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Then take the stand, juror.
Oh?
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Von Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify?
Jury number 4? As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your very own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed.
You were happy when Guy got a laser through the chest, right? It's very satisfying, even if it was just a simulation.
Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not have even been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
He is straight up an amalgamation of all the previous prosecutors. Yeah, he really is. I think we made note of that before. The fact that he's actually genuinely just trying to do the right thing and will help us if he believes that we're on the right track in any way. Simon's demeanor and done with it attitude when shit gets clowny. And Edgeworth's poshness, I guess, I don't know. And then drinking. Coffee, wine, same difference.
I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb, and mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, yeah. And 0% Yudi. He has yet to say let it go and move on once. 0% Yudi. Poor Yudi. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Is this going to be the break point? This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Poor handsome Yudi. He is very handsome. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Is this actually not going to be the break? Oh, no. I thought for sure this would be the end of part 2. It's not. How much longer is part 2? Who do we think is evil? I don't think anyone's evil. I don't know. Let's stop for now. Okay. I keep wanting to think that it can't actually be this Looney Tunes ass explanation of, you know, the woman getting the burning book in front of her, doing something with that, bending down or whatever, and getting stabbed in the back Looney Tunes style. I want to believe that's not what happened, but depending on how long this goes on, it may well be. The thing is, like, there's nothing else to go on. Like, I don't know how they, like, we met that clown guy on the streets the next day, but, like, nothing else has been mentioned. Like, there's no other people there. Like, we're not, it'd be weird for, like, all of a sudden to establish, like, oh, the clown man was also there that night. Or something weird. Oh, they're just setting it up, are they? Okay, I can keep going a little bit then.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
You started watching Q Ranger? Oh, nice. Looking at a guide, okay. What about LaBelle? Yeah, that guy. It's been so long. It's been so long with literally no mention of him, and the fact that, like I said, we're firmly establishing that no one else could have been there. That's out. I mean, I guess depending on how long this is, they could throw that out there. But, otherwise, I guess he was just foreshadowing for a later case. He'll be involved with Case 5 somehow. Because I have no idea how they're going to bring him into this otherwise. Weird to know that if RJ had to give the 0-2 driver, it would have been led to a worst case scenario. Oh, absolutely. Or another red herring. Yeah, let's just randomly throw in this fucking elaborate ass model jester asshole for no reason, and then have him never ever show up again. Can you imagine?
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm, I'm a juror, and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid. Or what anymore? He showed up just to mock me, and the fact that LaBelle still lives in my head rent-free.
The court's decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dare me.
Chin up, Jody. No need to worry now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you're Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Second Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th North... Yeah, that. Seen my fair share of action, now living in a quiet life, as it were.
0-2 feels like a more mid-season upgrade. It apparently was. I didn't know this until much later, but apparently 0-2 was a last-minute stand-in. Apparently it was supposed to be a movie exclusive form, or like some kind of alternate form used not in the actual show. It got changed to be the final form because of COVID. And just general shortage and scheduling issues. Which is stupid. I won't get into why, but it's honestly kind of stupid that they even bothered. Given what's... given how the last few episodes are gonna go. I think they actually made a big mistake. What was the original final form? I don't know for sure. I have no way of knowing for sure how the original story was supposed to go, but I think I might have an inkling. You'll find out soon. Again, I might be wrong. You'll see what I'm talking about, and you can decide if you think I'm right. If it was supposed to just straight up be a final form or not.
The quiet life. Were you not engaged in incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Incendiary.
Hey, Spice, I'm not going too much longer. This is allegedly close to the end of part 2, so we'll finish part 3 tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in this proud history of a British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, jury number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events of your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
There we go. Wait, no? What the fuck? I was lied to! I was lied to. Never mind. This is the end of part... it's not the end of part 2. I'm done, though. I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to go through another line of questioning with... God. You know which one it is, Dusk? Yeah. Yeah, Dusk probably knows. You were lied to, apparently, were you? We were all lied to. It's fine. It's an awkward break, but, my voice is wearing thin for some reason. Despite getting back into exercising today, my voice is already phlegmy and gross again. I'm just gonna have to work harder. Yeah. Alrighty. Gotta rest up? Yeah. Alright, let's at least get to the first line so we can have some music ready for next time. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. Well, hopefully we're at least over halfway through part 2. So, tomorrow we can finish up the second half of this, and then part 3 won't be too long. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'd love to get... I really don't want to... I don't want to leave this trial hanging over the weekdays. I want to at least get this finished. Hopefully it's doable. 02 feels like they would have made it after they realized 01 couldn't be upgraded anymore, right? Yeah. Part 3 is shorter? Okay, good. Also, yes, I will drop the save. On the off chance the game crashes while I have it in sleep mode. Yeah, like I said, I genuinely don't think they should have bothered. Like, I get that there were issues because of COVID and the scheduling and the shuffle around, but, like, considering the direction the story goes in, I'm gonna assume it was planned from the start. He didn't need 02. 02 did not even need to be a thing. They could have saved it for the movie or whatever the hell it was originally supposed to be. Or, you know what? If they were gonna introduce it, there's something else. There's one other alternative, but I'll hold off on saying that until you're done. I don't want to spoil anything. Have fun with it. Have fun with it. You're in for those last few episodes are a trip, is all I'm gonna say. Alright. The movie? Oh yeah, the movie's good. I'll upload that to the Google Drive as well if you want. Okay. We're at an impasse. We are at an impasse with this one. What's the game schedule? More of this tomorrow. Monday and Tuesday are going to be group watches. I'm going to double up on Ed and Eddie to get that done. And then Wednesday we'll do the bonus stuff for Tweely. AKA Another Day and the secret reports. Nico's enjoying Scramble. Each skill relates to a character. Can't wait to see how the game fucks it up. Yeah. What point did they give up with that? They gave up on that after a certain point. It was nice while it lasted. Let him have fun for now. He's enjoying it. Let him dream. Don't break his heart. Alright. Like the 4th, yeah, something like that. Sounds about right. Okay, we're at an impasse. Either this lady pissed off some deity in a previous life and got stabbed in the most cartoonish way possible, or the clown did it. Those are the only possible answers that I can see, unless some more information comes out of their testimony. We'll fucking find out tomorrow. Thank you all for coming out. Special thanks to I Need Professional Help and all of the Go-Kart and Above patrons. If you want to help support clown murder, because I think I would be less aghast at clown murder, check out the links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night.